Folklore February sprints, everyone. I'm Kat. For anyone who is new to my channel, welcome. Love to have new peeps come to visit. Please let us know who you are, what you're working on, what you like to read, what you like to do. And for anyone watching on replay, thanks for stopping by. Let us know what you got up to during Folklore February sprints. And also, I have to say, happy Mardi Gras for anyone who is out there celebrating and having a good time. Yes, I live in Louisiana, but I am not celebrating. My husband's actually working today. I haven't been to a Mardi Gras parade in years. Basically, since I moved to the North Shore, we don't really do Mardi Gras, although there is a parade that does pass in our community. I don't know. I guess we just did a lot of it early on. I really don't know. Anyway, I'm glad everybody is here today to spend some time working on whatever you want to work on. You don't even have to be reading anything for Folklore February. I'm just glad that you're here and you want to hang out for a little bit. I myself am having a great time with the two books that I am currently reading. Have a bunch to read today. I'm on chapter 15, but I need to make it to chapter 19 today, at least. And I am reading The Big Over Easy. This is by Jasper Fforde. This is the first book in the nursery. It's the nursery rhyme or nursery crime series. Stormy, Carmen, and I are having the best time with this book. First of all, it has British humor in it. It is about detectives. And so a lot of the names for the detectives are based on other detectives from literary works. It also has to do with nursery rhymes. It's just so funny, like some of the things that we are discovering in this book. And basically, it's all because Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall and he had a great fall. And he got smashed to pieces. And that is what the crime is that they're trying to solve. But, anyway, we're having a great time with that. So I need to read this first. That is the first thing. If I finish those pages, I might go ahead and dip into Dark Sisters by Christy DeMeester. I do not have much more in this book. I am on page 308, and there's 308 out of 326. Well, that's acknowledgments. So no. 308 of 324. So I do not have much left in this book, which I'm also enjoying very much. For anyone that doesn't know, this is also my book club pick with my friend Alex at Frank Fiction. She and I have a book club called the Bookworm Club, and this is our January, February. And also, I need to say, if you know Alex and you have not subscribed to her channel, please do. If you don't know Alex, please go to Frank Fiction and check her out. I'm going to put a link in the chat today because my sweet Alex, yesterday when I checked, is literally 11 subscribers away from hitting her 1,000. Please share her channel if you can with people. She's a wonderful person. I'm probably talking to the wall because most everybody here is already subscribed. But how amazing if we could get her over that 1,000. It would be wonderful for her. And I would be super excited for her. Anyway, that's what I'm up to. So let me see what everybody is up to, what they're going to be doing today. Travis said, "Hey peeps, finally home from the trip of nightmares. I'm still recovering. Had to take today off work, having a lazy day, going to read and try not to fall asleep. And reading the Redwall graphic novel. Redwall is a series I have always wanted to read. I just think it would be amazing. My son, Barry, read those when he was like in middle school, junior high, and I always wanted to read them, and I never did. They're by Brian Jacques, for anyone who doesn't know. It's like fairy tale-ish, folk tale-ish fantasy with animals. And Jamie's here. Hello, joining from work. I'm going to be reading another story from the Stinky Cheese Man. Yay! I love fractured fairy tales. And Travis said, I would have zero energy for any celebrating. I can barely get out of bed right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're not, I don't know. My poor husband has been suffering with sciatica. So if any of y'all have ever had sciatica, which I have, it's not pleasant. So we didn't really have a, you know, major Valentine Day like soiree or anything like that. We don't always celebrate, but this year we didn't even, I mean, we basically did Costco and that was it. And I know he had to be in pain because he let me drive to Costco, y'all. He normally does not. But anyway, he was like, let's just go and then I'm coming home. And we watched movies. We watched two excellent movies, I will tell you. We watched Sinners. I am so excited because it is up for some Oscar, nominations, a lot. It was filmed, part of it was filmed in Louisiana, which, woohoo. And, I'm sure local background actors. I know of one that was in the cast, actually two people in the cast, and I actually had taken classes with both of them. It's Tanaj and trying to think what I think Tanaj's last name is Jackson. It's not Jackson anymore. She got married. And then Theo Crane. He was Big Tiny in The Walking Dead. So just amazing. But anyway, excellent. Perfect for Folklore February because, of course, there are vampires in it. And there's a lot of folklore. There's some voodoo magic in it. So love that. And then on Sunday, my husband and I forgot all about Heart Eyes. It's been in my queue since last year. And Jamie watched it, but Jen at Literary Love watched it and said it was really good. So we watched that on Sunday, and Barry and I had the best time with that. So two amazing movies that we watched this weekend. So if you didn't have much to do, that at least we were entertained. Stina's here. Hello, hello. And Hannah's here. Hello. I just got my babies to sleep. Excellent. Helco's here. Hi, Helco. What's up, kindred spirit? Heidi says, I am home all week with Luke, so I extra appreciate the banter today. Yay. So glad you're here, Heidi. And Mama Maggie's here. Happy Mardi Gras, Lent, Chinese New Year, and Ramadan to all. Thank you. So good to see you, Mama Maggie. And Travis said, we did eat lunch with a couple that was on the trip as well yesterday as a late Valentine's double date at the local Cajun restaurant. So that was my Mardi Gras celebration. Woohoo! And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. I finished Dark Sister sick. I'll be reading a book from middle grade March called A Place to Hang the Moon this afternoon. All I have to say, Angela, is yesterday, and I posted in Discord, yesterday I was at the interlude part before chapter, let me see exactly where it was. I think it was before 21. Let me see. No, it was not. It was at one of the interludes with Anne and Florence. And what happened at the tree with Florence's daughter and the young girls, I was like, and I'm thinking, oh my God, this is what is in store for Camilla in 2007. And oh my gosh, I was right. I don't know how, I'm so like, I have no words. And I have to really think about it because we're going to be discussing that with Alex and I. And I'm so disturbed by it. Just so disturbed by it for so many reasons. Anyway, if anybody else is reading Dark Sisters and you've gotten to the part, you know. That's all I'm going to say. Hello, Carmen. Woot woot. She's telling everyone hello, Carmen. I am having so much fun. I am going to be reading The Big Over Easy. I'm so excited to get back into that. And Mama Maggie said, hoping to lurk, but the power is blinking. We are under red flag and high wind warnings with possible power outages to prevent wildfires. Wow. Sorry to hear that. Ooh, please be safe, Mama Maggie. And Eleanor said, hey, all, I plan to finish laundry, complete a walking workout, and read. Yay. Eleanor, I know you finished Dark Sisters, so you know what I'm talking about. And hello, Lola Roo. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I am reading Later by Stephen King. I love that one. That's one of his hard case crime stories, and I really enjoyed that one. I think I gave it 5 stars, if I'm not mistaken. And Tina's here. Good afternoon. Yay for Tuesday sprints. So glad you're here, Tina. And Angel said, already a fan of Alex's, but I highly recommend her Friday night sprints. It's always a great time. Yes, I agree. So, I don't know if you can share or what you're going to do. I feel like people in the Discord probably roll their eyes every time I'm like promoting, and I haven't checked today because sometimes bots come in and they will make your numbers go up and down. But I haven't checked today to see. But yesterday, literally, she was 11 away. And I'm like, why? Why is this like pulling teeth? I'm like, ugh. So, yes, listening to Fledgling and trying to clear my sinuses with steam from my lemon ginger tea. Nice. And is Fledgling the one that is by Toni Morrison? Or is that wrong? Do you have a link for your friend? Yes, I have to put it in on my phone. So if you'll give me a second, I can't do it for whatever reason. It's a pain to try to do it on this laptop. I'm always afraid to do anything on this laptop when I'm live because I'm afraid it's gonna like turn off or something. So let me get that if y'all are good with that. Let's see. So I have to concentrate. Then I have to find me. Oh goodness. Okay. So let me turn this down. We don't want any kind of weird echoing. Okay, here. Alex. Oh, shoot. At Frank Fiction. Okay, that should pop in. Hopefully it did. It popped in on the phone. Travis says, I've read up to book 5 of Redwall, so I'm starting a series binge, but I read the first book so many times I thought I would read the graphic novel. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm kind of bummed with myself that I should have been reading the comic books for The Dark Tower at the same time I was reading the series. Did I do that? No. So I'm hoping that maybe I can supplement that at some point, but I have so much to read. I don't know. I know a comic book is not as long as a regular book, but it's just I have a lot. And it's like I don't want to put something extra yet, but I should have done that the whole time. And how about Redwall for a group read on the Discord? I never read it. Maybe it won't be until the summertime, Heidi, just because I've got a lot going on. Middle grade March, Weird, Week of Weird, and March Mystery Madness. That's taking my March. Old School April, all April, and then Zombies, all in May. So maybe it could be fun. At least we could read the first one and see if people like it. And Carmen said, awesome, Travis. I love Redwall. And Lola said, prayers for your hubby's back pain. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, he and I are very similar in the sense that it's very hard for us to, for anybody really, but we're so active in what we're doing that like when sciatica hits, it like really takes you down a couple of notches. Like he drives a truck for a living and he literally had to figure out a way he could get into the truck without causing major pain. So I told him that if it does not get better, that he is going to have to go see the orthopedic and may have to do physical therapy. The first time I had an issue with sciatica, I had to go to physical therapy to get mine relieved. And then the second time I had it, I discovered what brought it on was sitting in a hard kitchen chair for too many hours. And ever since I got my son's chair, that's more cushiony, it's like an office chair, more of that, that helps. And then also I had to do a lot of stretching, to get rid of it, because I really did not want to have to go to the orthopedic or have to spend time in physical therapy. And Hannah said, my plan is to finish my physical read today. I'm at 67%. I think you could do it. And Lola said, I need to watch Sinners this weekend. It's so good. We really enjoyed it. My husband had no point of reference. He had no idea what it was about. He's just like, at one point, because I told him it has vampires in it. And so, it's a lot of building and then you're getting to know the characters. Very good. Michael B. Jordan does a fantastic job. I'm just going to say, everybody did a fantastic job, but especially because he did a dual role, which I didn't realize that until I started watching the movie. And I'm like, okay, something. So I had to Google. And I told him that there was vampires in it. And he's like, so when are the vampires coming? I'm like, I don't know. They're coming soon. And right when I said that, the vampire came on the scene. So I was like, woohoo. There are some creepy, creepy moments in it. So the lore of the different things that you can and cannot do with the vampire. And before, I love vampires. I mean, zombies are my favorite, but before zombies, vampires were my favorite, but I still love them a lot. And Cameron, woot, we saw you were going live and remembered the mini brand package. It was delivered to a mailbox the post office isn't supposed to deliver to. But we have it and just opened it and we love it. Yay. So it was the post office's fault? Because I thought for sure, gosh, I thought I had the right address. I scrutinize when I mail anything. Well, I'm so glad you got it, because I would have been so super sad if you wouldn't have received it. Did you like the little totes? I was the most excited about putting them in the totes. One for you, one for Benjamin. I'm so glad they got there. And Stina said, I let Brian drive to Costco Saturday. So yeah, I'm in bad shape. That's not good. And Lola said, how cool. Yes, very cool. And Hannah said, I had sciatica in my first trimester when I was pregnant with my daughter. I was in horrible pain. I could barely walk for almost a month. That is horrible, Hannah, because it's hard enough to be pregnant, but then to be pregnant with sciatica I cannot even imagine. I cannot. And I know the time that I had it, recently, literally I bent over and could barely even get up. The pain was so bad. And I feel like I have a pretty high tolerance for pain, but I was just like, oh, what am I going to do? Because I'm like, you think about everything that you're not going to be able to do if you can't walk or do anything else. The mini totes are so cute and we are having a ball putting it all together. Yes, the mini totes to me, well, first of all, we found buckets. I think I showed you. I don't know if you can see it back there, but there's a pink bucket. Oh, no, you can't see it. Well, we found a blue one, but it was after the totes. But so here's a little Lowe's. We got these at Lowe's. So the pink bucket, and then I'm thinking, so I gave Kelsey a pink bucket, and I think I gave her a tote. No. My husband found the tote when I was at Kelsey, so I have to still give her one. But anyway, we found these. So we only bought one because we were going to use it to put stuff in for my husband's friend Alan, because we do white elephant with gifts and everything. And so they had a lot of them. So I'm thinking, oh, these are so cute. So I told him I told my husband, please go get another one. I'm going to put something in a tote for Kelsey. So that's what I stuffed all of her little the little mini items was in the tote. Well, he goes back and there was only one. So then he's looking around and that's when they discovered the totes. And I'm like, I think I like the totes better. I mean, the bucket's cute. So then what it is Lowe's only gets a certain amount. They can't order them. They just show up. So then he goes to get the totes because he was going to put Valentine's candy in for some of the people in the office. They did not have any totes, but they had Lowe's buckets, but they were in blue. And I'm like, it was too bad for the ladies. We couldn't, I mean, I know it shouldn't matter, like gender reference, but anyway, I just thought the pink ones would have been cute for the ladies. But so I thought it would be fun to pack you a tote. And well, I mean, you and Benjamin could have a tote. And then however y'all are going to do everything. Sorry, y'all had to put the bookcases together and the lamps and everything. The lamp was very hard for me to put together and the bookcase. The only thing I could put together was the candlestick. Oh, Jamie said Sinners is the best film of 2025. It broke the record for most Oscar noms with 16. I know. I'm so very happy. Very happy. Ryan Coogler is, I think, an excellent director. I've only seen 3 of his films. I'm almost positive I did not see the second Black Panther film. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive I have not. But I've seen Black Panther, Sinners, and Judas and the Messiah. Judas and the Messiah was an Oscar nominee years ago. And that's how I saw it, because that year I decided to try to watch all the Oscar nominated Best Pictures films or whatever. And I loved that film as well. So if you have not checked out anything by Ryan, I mean, there's plenty to watch by Ryan Coogler. There's one, I think it's called Fruitville Station. That one, I believe, also has Michael B. Jordan in it. And I want to see that one. I've wanted to see that one for a long time. And Jamie said, I really need to get started on Dark Sisters. I will tell you, Jamie, it is a quick read. The reason I'm not finished with it is because I've been reading so many other things, and I've had to read quite a few things physically. So I'm taking turns just because I'm buddy reading The Big Over Easy, and I knew that I have enough time. But I'm going to, if I don't finish Dark Sisters on sprints today, I will finish tonight, because it's keeping me up to want to finish and read it, because it's, I don't know, I find it intriguing. I find it disturbing, but also intriguing. And then after yesterday, I was just like, I'm off work for the next 4 days, so I'm hoping to get a lot of reading done. I hope so. I hope you can. And Angela said, I was deeply disturbed by what happened at the Purity Ball. I know. But it all started back in 1764. When that happened, I was like, oh my gosh, please don't tell me this is what the ritual is at the Purity Ball. And oh my goodness. The thing that I have questions, though, and I hope that they get answered, but I'm just going to say I felt so badly for Camilla's mom. I mean, I feel sorry for all the women, honestly. But the Purity Ball, I was just like, I don't know. Fledgens by, okay, Octavia Butler. Okay, yes, okay, I got it. It must be, is it Kindred? That might be the one that's by Toni Morrison, but that one could also be by Octavia Butler as well. Here is Alex's link for anyone who is not subscribed to Alex. Just go check her out, take a peek, see if you like her vibes. I mean, she's one of my favorite people, and there's plenty of people here in the chat that, hang out with us on Fridays. Yeah, I just would love that for her. And she's about to have a birthday soon, so yeah, it would be so wonderful. Stina said, Libby yanked my ebook of Dark Sisters last night. What? So I'm trying to get a physical copy from the library now. I mean, how could they? Was it on hold? I mean, did they have a lot of people on hold? I've never had that happen, because I generally do read my books. I am usually through them. I don't read anything physical off of Libby. I'm usually listening, and I usually finish early, but I guess maybe because they had people waiting. That's kind of funky. And Heidi said, I was lucky Alex's sprints just showed up on my homepage, I think 2 years ago, and that led me to you. I posted her review of the carpet makers on a few discords. Yay! I love that. In fact, I want to read the carpet makers now because she had that review. And Stina said, I'm deeply disturbed just anticipating the purity ball. Stina, you are going to be like, oh, I cannot imagine. Okay, I think anybody reading it would find it disturbing, but women specifically, because it affects women. Just saying. And Hannah said, I did a combination of physical therapy and chiropractic care. Okay, cool. I'm glad that have you ever had a problem, a flare up since? And Heidi said, zombies to French fantasy miniature mice will be a hard left turn in mood. Oh, goodness. Yes, I would say, unless there's zombies in Redwall, which I highly doubt. Jen, hello. I'm currently cleaning my house because my family's coming over tomorrow, and I'll be listening to either Legendborn or Wild Reverence while I clean. Fun. Are you in? I know this is a silly question. Are you enjoying your time off? Heidi said, I just posted that I watched The Limey this weekend. It was great, from 1999. Ooh. I have to go see what that kind of movie's about. Yes, Angela loves vampires too. And Shannon, hello, made friends with the like button. So good to see you, Shannon. I miss you. I've been so busy this week trying to get my stuff together for my scrapbooking retreat. In fact, I ran errands today so that I could pick up a couple of items. I got some paper that I think would work for Edgar Allan Poe. I found a slab of paper. It was normally $11.99, and I got it for $5.99. And I'm not supposed to be spending a lot of money, but I'm not supposed to be spending anything. But considering I need something to work on at the retreat, and then I got a couple of pens that I think would work. So, and I did buy some washi tape also. I've been watching Isabel at Isabel Reads, and some of her washi tape is absolutely gorgeous. I could see myself getting in a lot of trouble. My wallet. I feel like I would need a magic wallet, but so many cute items. As you know, for this retreat, I am working on journals. My Edgar Allan Poe Nevermore journal, and also my ABC Adventures. So. And Jamie says, I'm a sucker for vampires too. I know. So many great vampires out there. Y'all, I don't know if anybody has ever watched Forever Night, but I love Forever Night. I used to watch Forever Night all the time. It is amazing. And my husband found the DVDs at Walmart one year, and I was like, please buy those for me because I just love them. I love Forever Night. And hello, it's Happily Ever After. Let me see. Happily Ever After is Cheryl. Hello, Cheryl. How are you? I had to look at my notebook. How's everything going? I'm thinking I'm going to make some pancakes, put an audiobook on. Yay, pancakes are good. Now, do you do plain pancakes, or do you put fruit or chocolate in them? Like chocolate chips. And Jack O'Connell was fantastic as a vampire in Sinners. Wait till you see him in the Bone Temple, Cat. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, the vampires in Sinners, oh my gosh. I was just so like creepy. And uh, really the vampires, I will tell you the one movie that I absolutely love. Travis hates this movie. Well, he doesn't like it. He didn't think it was anything great. But the vampires, to me, in 30 Days of Night are like so vicious, and what I think a vampire probably would really be like. I love that movie. I love the whole atmosphere of it. I love that the vampires are awful and terrible. But then it's nice to also have a vampire like Forever Night, like Nick Knight, who's like not going to rip you up. But the vampires in Sinners, they were I don't know. Creeping. Creepy. Cameron says it's definitely the post office fault. Our normal mailbox is usually blocked by people parking on the street. So they're supposed to deliver to the mailbox at the end of the street. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad it got there. I would have been really sad if it wouldn't have got there because I was very excited about everything that you were going to get there. Let me know if for some reason you need another bookshelf or something. Just let me know. If I know I have extra bookshelves, but if there's anything extra, let me know. And if I have it, I will send it. Stina said, last time I popped a disc, I started to pass out from the pain, spent a week in bed before I could walk well enough to go to the doctor. This weekend, I managed to pinch the main nerve in both ankles. Ow. What are you going to do? And Shannon said, got my cover design brief to my designer today, told her I have an artist doing the dragon. She said, do you have a rough estimate of when I can expect the dragon? Then said, that was an amazing sentence to write. What? Oh my goodness. And Jamie said that bucket is adorable. Yes. So if you have a Lowe's, I cannot tell you if your Lowe's has these or not, but they have them in pink and blue. And this right here, I love these because we have big containers. I have smaller containers and not smaller than this, but I have like small containers. I thought that would be the smallest. And then we have big totes like this. But these are just so cute. Very, very cute. So I thought this was ideal to send to Cameron because Cameron worked for the library. And I could imagine Cameron working for the library and having books in totes and having to unpack them. So that's why I thought the totes worked better for Cameron anyway. And it's rectangular, so it was easier to pack than the bucket. But I think I have to give one to Kelsey. I'll probably give her peanut butter candy in here. And then we'll probably get one to Alan, and then I'll have the 3. I don't know if they'll have them anymore, but you can't order them from what the guy at the store said. Hello, Stormy. How are you? And Angela said, sciatica doesn't play. Spinal stenosis doesn't either. My mother-in-law had that. I'll add in L1 through L5 discs blown. I'm waiting patiently on a whole new spine, I wish, but I'm still standing. I know my mother-in-law had spinal stenosis. That year she was having all of her pain, and we finally were able to identify where she could end up getting her steroid shot, and that did bring her some relief, and she had a bone density test and everything, but that's what she had, was the spinal stenosis. But she was starting to have issues like in her shoulders. She ended up having to get steroid shots in her shoulders, her fingers. She was 93, so the body does break down. She was 93 when she passed away. So, but I felt bad for her because she still had her mind and was a very active person. She still drove. She was still cleaning her own house. She would try to go volunteer at, the hospital where she was a volunteer for many, many years. But it was just hard. And then you would think sitting down would help, but sitting down actually was bad. She really needed to move more, but she just thought she wouldn't go to physical therapy. That was the one thing I think could have helped her and benefited her a lot. But I mean, what you going to do? And then hi to Stormy from Carmen. And I heard Ryan Coogler's rebooting the X-Files. What? Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to check that out. The X-Files is my absolute favorite TV show. I love Mulder and Scully. And hi to Carmen from Stormy. And Stina said, I have one good disc left in my spine. They keep trying to get me to insert electrodes in my spine. In your spine, or just to massage them? I don't know if I would want something in like invasive. And Fruitvale Station. Oh, I must have said it wrong. Fruitvale Station is actually back in theaters starting this weekend. I saw it when it originally came out. It's very, very good. Coogler's directorial feature debut. I'm glad to know that. I have wanted to watch that for a long time, and I don't know why. It's one of those things when movies come out and then other movies come out and then they keep going and then you kind of forget about it. And back in the day when I got disc through Netflix, it was in my queue. And Kindred is also Butler's. Okay. Yeah, I get my Toni Morrison and my Octavia Butler confused, clearly. I know Beloved is Toni Morrison. I know that for a fact. My loan expired with 7 holds. Well, and I'm not surprised that they have a lot of holds because it is a new book. I mean, it was just released in December, but I'm still sorry, Stina. That's one reason why Alex and I are not always hip on choose. This is our first time picking something that was relatively new, like just because we know how much harder it is to get books. Angela said, I know who my least favorite character was, but I don't want to spoil it for anyone. And Hannah said, I struggled a bit with cramps in my legs when I was pregnant with my son, but I started taking calcium, magnesium supplements, and that has really helped. Yay. Love when things work out. Yes and no. I have so many things to do, and I can't do when I work. Wait, okay. Yes and no. I have so many things to do that I can't do when I work so busy, but happy I'm off. Yes, I understand that. You end up you try to do everything you can't do when you're teaching, and it's virtually impossible for you to do that in a week, especially if you have like get-togethers and you want to do something fun. Redwall is in French. It's very English. Yes, Redwall is very Robin Hood-like. And I love Forever Night. Yay! Forever Night's one of my faves. And Kat, you just said Cheryl like Ozzy. What? And yeah, hey now, I did not like 30 Days. I gave it 3 stars. That means it was okay, just not my favorite. Okay. And 30 Days a Night was great. It was a really good adaptation of the comic book series. I haven't ever read the comic books, but I love that it's based on a comic book. And like I said, I just the atmosphere, it's cold, it's isolated, the creepy person that comes into town with his, ominous message. And then the vampires are so good. And Saturday, I'm getting my industrial ear piercing finally. I've always wanted to do it, so I'm going Saturday. What's an industrial ear piercing? I don't know what that is. I'm getting something in my eye. So if I have to wink at y'all. Amanda said, hey, y'all, just got home from work. I'm currently reading Death Threads by Elizabeth Lynn Casey. It's a sewing mystery. Ooh. And I have scoliosis and arthritis in my lower back. Back pain is no joke, keeps me from exercising properly. Yeah, I hate to hear that. And Kaylin said, oh, I didn't know you were sprinting. Yep, I am sprinting for Folklore February. Hello, all. And hey to Kaylin from Travis. And it's the bar that goes across the top of your ear. It's 2 piercings that you put a bar through. Oh, okay, cool. And Jamie says, I have the comic book series. I may have to pull those out. Haven't read them in years. Yeah, I bet you they are cool. I bet you like art-wise. They're very awesome. Okay, well, we are at the end of our comments. So we are going to go to our sprint. And is 45 good for y'all? Kaylin's telling Travis, hello. I feel like I have a hair in my eye. And that is what's causing the problem. Roxy saying, hey, Cat and friends, popping on to hit that like button. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And hopefully 45 is good for y'all. I have to go feed my puppy dogs. So let me know before I hit the button. And then I also got to see what is in my eyeball. And Travis said 4 to 5 is good. Yay. Okay. And I do have a question for y'all that y'all can ponder. Also, we're getting a pet dove. Oh, that's sweet. My question for y'all is, do you have a favorite fairy tale, fable, or folk tale? If so, please let me know what they are. I love to see what people's favorites are, and I'll share mine as well. Happy sprinting! Hello. How did everybody do? I fed my puppy dogs and jumped back into the Big Over Easy. I read 2 chapters, 15 and 16. So I'm on 137, and I updated in Discord because I was curious about one of the characters. It seems like most of the characters have some significance to a detective in literature or obviously a nursery rhyme of some sort. But anyway, enjoying it. I really love the character Jack Spratt. He is the investigator, and he is known as a 4-time giant killer, and from nursery rhymes. But anyway, so I did that and updated Discord. So that's what I got up to. Let's see what everybody else got up to. Let's see where my start comment is. Here it is. So Shannon said, so Shannon's answering the question, do you have a favorite fairy tale, fable, or folk tale? She said, I always like Snow White and Rose Red. I love that retelling, Snow and Rose. And Jamie said, woohoo, just ordered the Lowe's mini buckets to pick up after work. Pink and blue. My grandkids will love them for Easter. That's amazing that you were able to order them. Here's the blue one. So if anybody wants to see what the blue one looks like, it's a really pretty blue. But yeah, I'm hoping that they're going to come out with some other kind of like mini thing. I wish they had like mini tools so we could put them in the bucket. I think we're going to give the blue one to Alan. I'm going to keep the pink one for myself, but I think we're going to give the blue one for Alan. So if I could find some mini tools, I think that would be hilarious. Or something that he can put together, in the bucket would be kind of funny too. Anyway, I'm so glad you were able to order them, Jamie. And Shannon said, have to get kiddo from bus stop. When I get back, I'll have to prep for my charm chats at 4 p.m. So not sure if I'll be able to pop into the chat again, but we'll leave up for watch time. Well, thank you so much. And I hope that you have a wonderful chat. Shannon has a bunch, it's a series of charm chats where she talks with authors, if anybody's interested in Shannon's charm chats. Stina was saying, and this was earlier about the electrode, they want to put this inside the spine with the battery pack surgically installed. Supposedly the electrodes create a distraction from the pain. I'm a hard no on surgery, so fortunately my new pain management specialist found a new med that, in conjunction with duloxetine or teen and scheduled Tylenol, helps a lot with the chronic pain. I'm glad you have some kind of an option to help with the pain management. Hannah said, I think I have to say my favorite fairy tale is Cinderella. My favorite movie is Ever After, and it's the best version of Cinderella ever, the most perfect. I just recently saw the version, and I can't think of who the actress was that played Cinderella. She's in a blue dress on the poster, but the father is played by the actor from The Water Horse, and Helena Bonham Carter plays the fairy godmother. Stellan, or I think that's his name, Skarsgård or Skellen Skarsgård, he is in it. But that one was fun. That was a fun one. I had never seen it before, and we watched it with the Cozy Cottage Book Club. Alicia said, hello, Cat and friends, just joining. Got kiddos from school doing some budgeting and cleaning of the house this afternoon before dinner. Sounds fun. I'm glad you're here. Stina said, for my acute ankle pain this weekend, I took a 3rd dose of Tylenol. I have 2 scheduled daily, which is why I don't drink alcohol anymore, and massaged as best I could. I hope that you can somehow, because that's horrible. If you can't walk, I think anything with your feet and ankles, it's hard. And I'm avoiding verticality. I cannot pronounce that, as much as possible. Kaylin said, if Legend of Sleepy Hollow counts as a folktale, I would say that's my favorite along with Hansel and Gretel. Well, the Legend of Sleepy Hollow is a legend, but it would count for a legend. And Hansel and Gretel would be your favorite fairy tale. Hansel and Gretel is a good one, I will say. And I have read some Hansel and Gretel stuff this Folklore February for sure. And Stina said, I have never really been a fairy tale person, but thanks to T. Kingfisher, I am finding I enjoy retellings with weird twists. And I've always liked the stone soup folktale. I do too. In fact, I have another variation of that called nail soup. It's the same premise, but instead of a stone, there's a nail. But stone soup is a classic. And Emily's here. Hello, got home, currently eating an early dinner and watching women's short program figure skating. How fun. And Jane's here. Hey, all, going to be working on Atmosphere as soon as I have some lunch. Excellent. Swank saying, howdy, everybody. Happy Mardi Gras Day. Happy Lunar New Year. Happy World Cat Day. Happy Random Acts of Kindness Day. And happy Spice Up Your Life Day. Whew. It's a happy day for sure. And Emily's favorite fairy tale is Beauty and the Beast. I do like Beauty and the Beast also. Amanda's is Little Red Riding Hood, The Frog Prince, and Rumpelstiltskin are my favorites. Jen said, no reading or listening. I finished cleaning downstairs. I hate mopping the floors. I read The Princess and the Bowling Ball, then ate lunch and listened to Project Hail Mary. I hope you're enjoying Project Hail Mary. Oh, that's funny. The Princess and the Bowling Ball. Yes, Jamie is reading Fractured Fairy Tales. Eleanor said, lots of wonderful memories watching Disney's Beauty and the Beast with my daughters when they were little, so that tale would be my favorite. Excellent. Y'all have some good ones. And Angela said, read 20 pages, but almost fell asleep. I do that also, Angela, when I'm reading. I have little siestas. And Travis said, I got no reading done, was researching bird cages. Well, for your new pet dove. And Cameron said, we took a nap here. Woo, that's awesome. Very nice. Very, very nice. And Travis said, Lily James. Yes, Lily James. That name does sound familiar. I enjoyed it. It was my first time. And Stormy said, I listened to some of Under Fire by Lynn H. Blackburn and then switched over to The Big Over Easy on chapter 7. Yay. It's so ridiculous, but it's so fun at the same time. And I'm glad I have two people from the Beaumont Brady bunch, so two buddy readers with me on this journey so that I'm not having all this fun by myself and I have somebody to talk to about it. Jamie said, I grew up watching all the original Disney movies. Don't really have a favorite, but I am partial to the Jungle Book, Cinderella, and the Aristocats. Yeah, the Aristocats is my favorite Disney movie. That's as close as I get to a favorite fairy tale. And Cameron said, my favorite fairy tale is the Juniper Tree, and Benjamin's is Hans my Hedgehog. Now, the Juniper Tree, I think I read a book. Was it a middle grade book, Cameron? Because I'm almost positive I read a book called The Juniper Tree, and I loved it. Okay, well, there is The Juniper Tree by Brothers Grimm, but let's see. Maybe it was something else. Juniper was in the name. Maybe that's the problem. I cannot remember the author. So it was a while ago that I read it. Darn. That must not be, it must not, because nothing is coming up. No, it had to be something else. Darn. I'm going to have to look in my Goodreads to figure out what the name of that book is. And Hans my Hedgehog. I have not, except for the middle grade book with Juniper in it. I have not heard of those. I'm going to have to look those up. And Carmen said, I made it to chapter 18. I'm going to research some things for background info. Well, did you see what I said about 16? I have not ever heard of that detective series, but it has me interested. Like now I want to go and like read all these detective stories because of this book. And Stina said, last year I read an African version called Quill Soup. I'm convinced that the loaves and fishes parable is a version. Yeah. And Stormy said, never read any original fairy tales, but I like Disney, Cinderella, and Beauty and the Beast. Love that Rodgers and Hammerstein, Cinderella, and Ever After is great too. Those sound great. And my favorite fairy tale is Hansel and Gretel. Yeah, and I will tell you, I love the Maurice Sendak Hansel and Gretel. I just love the illustrations. I love the story. And then just comparing it to the Grimm's fairy tale, that's pretty cool too. My favorite fairy tale is Shrek. Well, I mean, Shrek has all the fairy tale characters. Stina says, I am at 42% of fledgling, going to switch to The Ball at Versailles by Danielle Steele for the Mardi Gras Readathon. Excellent. Cameron said, there is a middle grade book called The Juniper Tree, I think. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, but for some reason it didn't pop up, and I can see the cover. The cover has got kind of like goldish, yellowish, and the little girl, Juniper, her parents ignore her, and she finds the tree. And in the tree, it's like magic. And so, yeah, I tried looking up, but nothing comes up. I'm gonna have to look and see because I read it and I put it in my Goodreads, but it's been a couple of years since I read it. But I can see, and I cannot remember the author to save my soul. Jamie said, my kids absolutely love Stregonona by Tommy DePaula or Tommy DePaula. I'd have to call that a favorite too. And then is that from Grimm's or Anderson or someone else? Oh, this is to Cameron. Cameron, is that Grimm's fairy tale for the juniper tree and Hans my Hedgehog? And I did, Cat. I haven't read any, but now I want to. I know we're gonna be on this like go down this rabbit hole. Hannah said, updating my reading journal. Also got my dishwasher emptied. Excellent. My favorite fairy tale type movie is Hoodwinked. I've heard of Hoodwinked, but I've never seen it. My favorite fairy tale, I have lots of favorites, I will honestly say, but one that I would consider a new favorite is the Snow Queen. There's so many varieties of the Snow Queen out there, and especially like being illustrated. And this one is Bagram Abutulin. I know I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but I just think it's such a great story about friendship and what you would do for a friend. This one in particular, the illustrations are just gorgeous. I don't know. It's about, loss and love and just, it's just a pretty story. It really is. So I would have to go with the Snow Queen as being my favorite, right now. But of course, I have many favorites. I love the Hansel and Gretel one that I read this month by Stephen King and illustrated by Maurice Sendak. As for a folktale, one of my absolute favorites is by Jan Brett. It is called The Mitten. It's a Ukrainian folktale. And I just absolutely love this story. Jan Brett is one of my favorite author illustrators. One of the things I love about Jan Brett is she tells a story within a story. So sometimes you get a little bit of what's going on, before or after or during whatever's happening in the main part of the story. But Like you'll have the main story in the middle, and then she'll have the sidebars, but she's just absolutely precious story about this little boy who his grandmother makes his mittens and he loses one, and then the animals discover it and they all try to get into the mitten. It's just really, really cute. But it's one of my favorites. It's been one of my favorites for a long time. That's not to say I don't have other folk tales that I think are wonderful. And then I also like The Hare and the Tortoise, which is based on a fable by La Fontaine. And I have other, just like the fairy tales and folk tales, I have other favorites, like the grasshopper and the ant. But this one, I think it's the illustrations in it. The illustrator is Brian Wildsmith, but they're just beautiful illustrations. And I don't know, I like fables with all the animals, using animals to tell the story. But yeah, that would be my favorite 3 for each of those, for sure. And Cameron is saying they're both Grimm's fairy tales. I'm going to have to look to see if those are in my collection. And if so, I'm going to have to read them. And Love Hoodwinks, Wink says. And Stina says, I have 2 versions of the Snow Queen on Audible, so I think I might listen to them back to back and compare them. Yeah, because sometimes the how the beginning part takes place changes, like the relationship between the young boy and girl. That sometimes changes depending, Kai and Gerda. Like in this one, you've got the wicked troll in it. And, kind of like the troll is what is the catalyst basically for, why they have their disagreement or whatever. But also, Gretchen Rubin, who I follow, she actually did a bonus episode on her podcast, where she read the story of the Snow Queen. So I think that's a good idea if you can compare it and see the similarities and differences. Jen said, off topic, but I just registered for my last semester of classes for my library science degree. Woohoo! Oh, wait, let me get some sound here. Let me get some sound for you. Where is our sound effects? Here we go. Woo! Very nice. Let's do it again. We're proud of you, Jen, and so happy for you and excited. And Stina said, yay! The Cinder series is really good, Kat, if you haven't read it. I have the Cinder. I have Cinder. I have that. I do have it. I will get to it. It looks cool. And Erin said, I love fables and fairy tales in general. Myths are my favorite, but I like the Princess and the Pea and the Princess and the Frog fairy tales. Yes, I just did a reimagining of the Princess and the Frog called Almost There. It's a twisted tale. It's a Disney, and I loved it. It was very good. But I also like the Princess and the Frog. I think it's a sweet story. And also, too, it takes place in New Orleans. Plus, of course, Beauty and the Beast, of course. And, I read that 2 years ago for Folklore February. And Thumbelina is my favorite movie. Excellent. I love stories and media that have fairy tales mixed together, like Into the Woods and Once Upon a Time. Me too. I do too. And that's why I think I'm having such a great time with this book, is because of the nursery rhymes and some of the characters. I mean, they've got the 3 little pigs and the big bad wolf and what the pigs do to the big bad wolf, and how they explain why they go to court, and how they explain what happens to the wolf was, just he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, because what they had going had nothing to do with the big bad wolf. And then the gingerbread man. Oh my gosh, the gingerbread man. Carmen and I were talking about that on Discord yesterday, because both of us had the same feeling when Jack Sprat sees the gingerbread man. It's just ridiculous. Congrats to Jen from Travis, and yay, Jen from Carmen. And thank you. I can't believe 2 years went so fast. I know. It seems like you just started your program, honestly. And oops, I just realized I said red, not red. That's funny. And I played Jack in the Woods when I played Jack in Into the Woods when I was in college. Amazing. I would love to see you in a play. I think that would be really fun to see you in a play. Okay, so my next question, let me take this one off, and we're going to change it now to your favorite legend, which we know Kaylin's favorite legend is the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, myth, or tall tale, if you have a tall tale that you think is your favorite. I don't think tall tales get enough love. So let's see if I can save that. Yes, so that is what y'all can think about. Do you have a favorite legend, myth, or tall tale? Well, maybe I should change that to tall tale. Look at me. Let me hide that again. I need to take that S off to be correct. There we go. Now we got it. Okay, so we're going to go on our next sprint. And Travis, can you sing? Oh, Travis can sing. Yes. He says not to sound conceited. And oh, wait, silly me. I forgot you were tour as Brittany on the sprints a while ago. Of course I can sing. Okay, so we are going to go on our next sprint. Is 45 good for y'all? That would work for me if it works for y'all. And Travis said my original major was musical theater. I love musical theater. Guess what? I am going to go see the Little Shop of Horror musical in March. I am going to do that. And yes, 45. I know, a fun fact from Travis. Lots of 45s. Good, 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 good. Okay. Let's share a screen. There we go. Okie dokie. And did you end up not auditioning? I did not. Yeah, I chose not to. I don't see how I could have done it. Okay, so happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? I made some tea and then I read chapter 17, which was The Inquiry Begins. Still loving it. Took a couple of notes. Went over some of the clues, so I'll have to update my thoughts in Discord, but I think I'm going to do it after I read chapter 18, which is Lord Randolph's Spongy the Fourth, which is not very long. So I think I'll go ahead and read that chapter, stop, and then switch to Dark Sisters. So that's what I got up to. As far as the question, do you have a favorite legend, myth, or tall tale? I will say that I do love the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, but I also love the Legend of Krampus. Ever since I saw the Krampus movie with Toni Collette in it, and then Kelsey and I have two collections of Krampus stories that we have read, but I really like this one because not only is it about Krampus, but it's also about other folkloric, witches, ghosts, monsters. So I like that. I also like urban legends or, legends about cryptids. So that includes like the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and werewolves. So I love all of that. As far as myths, I love the Greek myths. I love like the story of Persephone and Demeter and Hades and how all the seasons came about. And I love stories that incorporate the myths, like the Percy Jackson series, which I think is wonderful. Also, I like Japanese mythology, especially when it comes to the yokai. One of my favorite characters is in Dan to Dan, which is a manga, and they've got Turbo Granny in there, and she's a yokai. And also the book Nothing But Blackened Teeth deal with the yokai in there as well. So I do like learning about that when it comes to myths. As far as tall tales, my favorite tall tale probably is Johnny Appleseed. I used to teach Johnny Appleseed, and we would always celebrate when I taught second grade. So I have a soft spot for Johnny Appleseed. But that is what I kind of enjoy. But I think tall tales, like I said, they don't get as much love, I think. But they have some fun ones. There's Pico's Bill, Paul Bunyan. There is the steel worker, John Henry. In fact, I got a picture book about John Henry picked up at the Friends of the Library store. So I'm glad I got that from my collection. But yeah, that's what I love when it comes to that. Travis was saying as we were going on, my favorite legend is the Legend of Roach Car. Yes, oh my gosh. And so Travis was talking about singing, and Erin was saying, oh wait, no, that was about when he was singing as Brittany, but I saw her post something. Oh yeah, Erin said, I can sing if you want any glass broken or cracked. I'm your girl. Yeah, so I did not audition. I did not have enough time, I felt, to prepare myself for the audition, which was in November. I was in the midst of planning to go out of town, and it was too much to have to practice that and do the audition. And there's not many roles, and that's what Travis was saying too. There's not many roles in Little Shop of Horror. So I was like, I think it's just going to be too busy. I looked at the schedule of practices, rehearsals, and all of that, and I'm like, I just have way too much to do in January and February. So I didn't do it. I did not. It's okay, but I am going to see the play to support the Columbia Theater. And Swank says, I love the Chupacabra and Mothman, Johnny Appleseed and Babe. My issue with fairy tales is they're mostly relationship and monarchy focused. I prefer fractured fairy tales. And Aaron said, ooh, I also forgot about the prince who could not feel fear. That's one of my faves as well. I didn't know about that one. I will tell you that the two fairy tales that Cameron said was his favorite and Benjamin's, the Juniper Tree and Hans the Hedgehog, are both in my Grimm's fairy tale book. So I will read both of those stories before the end of this month, and I'll have to let them know how I like them. First time hearing them, there's so many for sure. And Jane had wanted to know if it was the last sprint, and I think we cleared that up for her that no, this is not the last sprint. And Travis says, I'm going to have dinner, so may not be back after the sprint, but we'll hop on if you're still on later. Yeah, I'm hoping to go for a little bit. My husband's going to text me when he leaves work, which he just did 2 minutes ago. He's on his way. So we'll probably have, another sprint or two, and then I'll be hopping off because I'll want to be off once he gets home, especially since I am sprinting tomorrow. And Cameron said, hey, all, I edited a short video for Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok and did a little organizing. And I did look up the story. It's called Juniper Berry. And it's by M.P. Kozlowski. It's a tale of terror and temptation. But I'm wondering if it has anything, like if it was inspired by your story, Cameron, because there is dark fairy tale elements to it. So once I read the fairy tale, I remember the story enough to see if it has anything to do with if Juniper Berry was, influenced or inspired by it for sure. Swank says, I have 24 pages left in my book. Not too many left. And Aaron said, I read more of Yoruba religion intro to its practice. Interesting. And Eleanor said, my favorite is The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. I love The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. I also love the cartoon. And I love the version with Johnny Depp. And I don't know if anybody ever watched the TV show. I loved the TV show, and I hated that it got canceled. But I also have some comic books based on the television show. I'm all about the Greek myths. Yeah, I just think they're a lot of fun. And I love reading stories, like retellings of myths and legends and fairy tales. I love all the creativity surrounding all of that. And Jamie said that was strictly a work sprint for me. Yeah. Well, at least you don't have to work tomorrow. And Swank says, I like Greek, Roman, and Egyptian myths. And Jen said, oh, Johnny Appleseed was a childhood favorite. Yeah, when it was Johnny Appleseed, we would make apple pancakes when I taught second grade. We did all kinds of different activities surrounding that. Good times. And Kaylin's like, Roach Car forever. And Sorry Babies with Paul Bunyan, not Johnny Appleseed. Well, I figured you were just saying you liked Babe in addition to Johnny Appleseed. And Jane said, don't have a favorite legend. That's fine. You don't have to have a favorite. I know it's hard to have favorites. Like I can't say I have an absolute favorite one, but I mean, those are some of my favorites that I have read so far. But I really do love Krampus. I will tell you. I think the whole idea of Krampus is fascinating to me. And I told my husband he has got to watch that movie at some point because I do love the movie. And Jamie says, I took a couple of PTO days. I don't work for the next 4 days. I know you said that. I know, but like you usually off on Wednesday. So that's a good thing too, is you won't have to work at all tomorrow. And Bigfoot is my favorite. I know Bigfoot is so much fun. It really is. I will tell you, Amanda, if you have not read Devolution, you might want to check it out by Max Brooks because it's all about the Sasquatch massacre. And I would if you can get it on audiobook, it's fun because it's got, a cast. And Nathan Fillion is one of he's the brother of the person who is writing the journal about what took place during the Sasquatch massacre. But it really was interesting how Max Brooks, the one thing I do like about Max Brooks, and he did this with World War Z too, is that he takes a topic that is like a legend or a myth, and when he writes the book, I mean, it's really believable. Like you would think that, yes, this is like a true occurrence that has happened. And I really like that. And Krampus rocks. I know. And I prefer fairy tales. Yep. I love all of the folklore. I think it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of lessons that can be learned, and it's just whimsical and adds the fantastical. And I love all the little creatures, that the mythical creatures that they have, like gnomes and fairies and boggarts and brownies. And as I had told y'all, that Laura, it wasn't Laura Ingalls Wilder that wrote it. It was Melissa Wiley. But I was pleasantly surprised that the book that they chose for the Little House Readathon, The Little House in the Highlands, had a lot of that folklore, because it's in Scotland, had a lot of Scottish folklore surrounding all those mythical creatures. So, and are fairy tales considered to be folklore? Yes. Folklore, under the umbrella of folklore, it is fairy tales, fables, folk tales, also legends, myths, and tall tales. That is under the umbrella of folklore. And a lot of contemporary stories that you read that do reimaginings, a lot of fantasy, a lot of your stories that you read today are inspired by the folklore that you find in the original oral tradition of those stories. And did you say brownies? Yeah, well, you would rather a brownie mythical creature than a boggart, because when a brownie gets angry, he turns into a boggart. And boggarts can be not the nicest. I can tell you that for sure. Okay, so we will go on to our next sprint. And my question for you all now is would you rather, if you had to choose between the two, would you rather be a vampire, if I could spell that right, or a werewolf? Both are cursed, and they both have pros and cons, but which one would you rather be? Just curious. And then share why you picked that. Would you rather be a vampire or a werewolf? So that'll be our next question. So we will go ahead and do, I'm going to say 45. I think y'all like 45. And that way, for people who are working, it'll give you a good amount of time. And some of our peeps have books they want to finish. So that might be enough time for y'all as well. It would help if I did share the clock. That would be beneficial. And Jen says, I can't really focus on reading right now. I'm a bit overstimulated by the day. I think I'm going to watch a movie, maybe Shrek for Reimagined, or a Once Upon a Time episode. Ooh, I'll be excited to see which one you're going to choose. Okay. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. Okie dokie. So, how did everybody do? I finished my chapters for today. I've made it to chapter 19, page 155. So that's where I am stopping today in my book. I updated what I read and just some thoughts in Discord for Carmen and Stormy. Stormy is a little bit behind us, but that's okay. I mean, we didn't have any kind of really set plans as far as we were just going to do so many. We're going to try to read this over 2 weeks. That was the plan. And Stormy kind of came in late after hearing Carmen and I talk about it. But my thing is, as long as I'm finished by the end of February, I'm fine with that. But having a good time with it. Then I went back and picked up Dark Sisters, and I am on page 310. I will definitely be finishing this book tonight. Probably on the last sprint. We're going to have one more sprint because my husband had texted saying he was on his way and he should be arriving any minute. So we'll do one more sprint, before we call it a day. So my question was, would you rather be a vampire or a werewolf? I want to see what y'all came in before I say mine. Swank says vampire, less fleas, which I think is hilarious. Angela was saying Johnny Appleseed is buried about 5 miles from my house. He is beloved here. We have a large Johnny Appleseed festival in the fall. I believe I remember you talking about this festival in Alex's Sprints one Friday. I think that would be amazing to attend just because, like I said, I love Johnny Appleseed and his story. And he is based on a real person. So I think that is very interesting. A lot of fun. It sounds like it would be fun. And Stina said vampire. I hate having body hair as it is. So we've got 2 for vampire. Piebald Hamster said a werewolf. I have no wish to live forever like a vampire. Plus, I can relate to the Wolfman in the Hotel Transylvania kids movie who is harried by lots of small furry offspring. I think that's funny. Yeah. But I guess a werewolf does have, I mean, doesn't a werewolf live longer than normal because it's a werewolf? Or is there a life expectancy? It's a good question. I never thought about that. I mean, I don't guess they would live forever, but wouldn't they live longer than humans? Eleanor said werewolf. Love the sun too much to be a vampire. So we got 2 for 2. And then Kayla's here. Hi, Kayla. She's saying, hi, Cat and Chat. I just got home from work. I'd like to start Sky Full of Elephants at some point this evening. I love that title. And Kayla said, oh, and I'd rather be a werewolf. I think just because vampire lit has rarely intrigued me, with the exception of Twilight, which is not the normal representation of vampires I know. Yeah, Twilight and like Vampire Diaries, they kind of like have a different take on what vampires can do. Like Vampire Diaries, they have the special ring. Twilight, they have their special thing going on. So, yeah. So we have 3 werewolves and 2 vampires. And Kayla says, I don't know what IMHO. The Supernatural's werewolf episodes were some of their best. I love the one where there's told from the werewolf's POV. The only episode that does that with the Monster of the Week episodes. That's amazing. Supernatural is on my list of shows that I need to watch. I've only gotten to see bits and pieces of the show, and it's definitely a show that I would enjoy. And Alicia said, this is a tough call. I'm inclined to say werewolf because I don't like the sight of blood, but also would the bone cracking during shifting hurt? I don't handle pain well. So, Well, and you also got to think, Alicia, you're going to experience blood as a werewolf because you're going to be ripping out some poor human's throat when you go chase them and murderize them. So werewolf is in the lead. And then Angela says a vampire, of course. And Jen said, okay, I chose to watch Shrek, but I fear that was a mistake. I can't help but quote every line. And I was laughing at Jen about that. Kelly said, happy time zone, my friends. I need to read 34 pages in Aura Bell by Jay Barrett to stick with my goals. Well, good luck with that. And Alicia was telling Kelly hello. And Avi said, good morning. Hope you all are having a good evening. I think as an introvert, I'd do better as a vampire. So I think we're back to a tie here. I might be breaking that tie. And Alicia said, dinner is ready. I'll be back. Hope you enjoy your dinner. And Kelly did make it to page 6 in Orabelle. Very nice. Swank finished her book. Woohoo! And then read The Frog Prince. Excellent. And Kelly said, we're having gumbo and boudin for dinner. I figured that was something you'd understand, Kat. Yep, gumbo and boudin. That sounds delicious. And Kelly said, I'd rather be a werewolf. I'd die without the sun. Ooh, you and Eleanor like that sun. And then Jamie comes in with vampire. So we are back. We are back with a tie. And Cameron said we had cod, waffle fries, and garbanzo beans for dinner. Yum. And Amanda says werewolf. Ooh, werewolf in the lead again. Angela said John Chapman was known as Johnny Appleseed. We have a beautiful park named in his honor. Actually, we have lots of things named in honor of him. That's sweet. And Cameron said, I'd rather be a vampire. Cameron tied us. Changing into a werewolf is too painful. I agree. And IMHO is in my humble opinion. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. And Swank says, Google says werewolves are immortal, but can be killed by a silver bullet. Oh, so I guess werewolves can live forever, just like a vampire, unless you get killed. I wonder who has a better chance of being killed, a werewolf or a vampire. Somehow I think a werewolf has a better chance of being eliminated, more so than a vampire, just because vampires can be elusive. And werewolves, they're like, vampires can kind of control themselves in the sense of what they do, and there's other ways that they can get their blood besides like murderizing people. But a werewolf loses all humanity when it becomes a werewolf. So I think that if somebody sees them in the woods, they're going to get them. And Kayla says, in my humble opinion, yes. So thank you, Kelly and Kayla, for telling me that. I myself would rather be a vampire. And not that I don't think that werewolves are amazing. I do think they are. But like Cameron, I think the whole shape-shifting into a werewolf would be painful. Then, your shifting is dictated by the moon. So either you have to go lock yourself up or have somebody lock you up so that when you do shift, so you don't harm anybody. I don't know. It's just very, I don't know. It's not for me. It is just not for me. I would miss the sunshine. I will tell you that if I was a vampire, but I do like that the what is the word? Romanticism or whatever around a vampire. I mean, I just think it's very, I don't know, alluring. And I mean, I just think to yourself about how much you can travel all over the world because you'd have to constantly be moving. Now, the one thing that I do think would be sad about either one of them is like relationships, like family and friends. Like, just to know that, I mean, you would have to have like vampire friends or werewolf friends, just because otherwise you would be lonely. I can't imagine being all by yourself. I mean, alone time is good sometimes, but I mean, I wouldn't want to do it forever. So I don't know. I'm going to go with vampire. I think a vampire, you have a little more control than with a werewolf. I don't think you have as much control as a werewolf. So as of right now, our vampires are in the lead. Swank says, I'm going to make cornbread, red beans, and rice, and okra, tomatoes, and corn. Made cinnamon rolls for breakfast as my king cake. Well, I will tell you, Swank, that I hopped on just to go say hi to Roxy, and Stormy was over there. And Stormy was talking about making red beans and rice and cornbread when I popped in over there. And when I taught second grade, we used to make king cakes using cinnamon rolls. Our second graders, we would do that during the Mardi Gras season. And Kayla said, in Twilight lore, werewolves are extinct. Ooh. And the vamps kills them off. I also like the fact that, like with a werewolf, you can only turn into a werewolf. With a vampire, you can shapeshift into a lot of different things. I mean, if you look at Bram Stoker's, vampire, you can be a bat, you can be fog. I mean, there's just so many things that you can be. I mean, both are vulnerable to the fact that, you can be hunted and killed. Vampires do have it a little bit worse because if they find out where your lair is, I mean, you're like, so you would have to have a familiar, somebody watching you. So you do have that. But I'm going to stick with being a vampire. There's just something about it. I am totally a night person. I've been called a vampire, so it's just a no-brainer for me. And Swank says that meal. Avi's saying, Swank, that meal makes me homesick. Yes, because Avi is from Louisiana, y'all. She lives in Australia, but she's a Louisiana girl. And Angela says, I've learned that vampires live within nests. A nest is a group of vampires who associate with each other. Anyway, Suki told me that. Well, also, if you watch The Lost Boys, they're in a nest, literally in a cave. Stormy says werewolf. Oh my goodness. Vampires are still in the lead. That is for sure. Okay, so this is going to be our last sprint of the evening. So do y'all want to do a 45 or do you want to do a 30? A 45 or a 30? Let me know. Whoever is first, let me know. And this is going to be our last sprint. That was fun. I love seeing what y'all want to do, what y'all want to be. Swank says, Kaylin. Kaylin says 45. Kelly says 45. Okay, well, we will do 45. That means I should be able to finish Dark Sisters. Hopefully. Very excited. Very excited about it. I don't even know if Alex has started yet. Okay, so there we go. Happy sprinting, y'all. Welcome back. How did everybody do during that last sprint? I finished Dark Sisters. Woohoo! Very, very excited. I finished. I read the acknowledgments page. I do like to read the acknowledgement page. All the people that help the authors write their books, especially if you see other authors in there. I think that's interesting. Also, in Owl Crate, there is an exclusive author's note. So I read that as well. I'm going to share that with Alex. And then if we want to decide, if we want to incorporate that, but it's very interesting because it had some personal information and what inspired Christy DeMeester to, write this and, particularly with one character. So very excited to finish. The ending was wow. I'm just like, but anyway, can't wait to talk about it with y'all, anybody that read it, and with Alex and see how that goes. So, as of right now, the only book that I have that I'm reading is this one. I will be starting another book for the Cozy Cottage Book Club, which is, where is it? I just got it. And that is by Ash, Oak, and Thorn. This is by Melissa Harrison. I don't know if anybody has ever read this story. It's about three little people wake from their winter sleep in an old ash tree. Moss, Burnett, and Cumulus usually love spring, but their joy turns to worry when they discover that Cumulus is starting to fade away. The trio set off in search of answers, only to discover that they must travel far beyond the countryside to a loud, busy, and danger-filled place called the Hive. So I think it's going to be a good one. I mean, obviously, it can count for Folklore February. It's got adventure in it. I'm sure there's going to be some animals in it. And they're friends. So friendship counts for Amore. And I'll have to see if there's any magic. It might count for all four of the prompts. But it is folkloric, and I'm very excited about that. It's a pretty cover. I've never read anything by Melissa Harrison, but this is for Cozy Cottage Book Club. We have a meeting on February 27th. So I will start reading this one, probably not today. I might start it on my retreat. I'll see. Tomorrow I'll be reading this, at least my pages to get me to 22. That's where I need to be. I need to read 19 through 22. So I can be on 23 by Thursday. And then I'll bring both of these books with me to the retreat, so I can spend some time. I like to read before I go to bed. It does help me sleep in the evening time. There is one more book I would like to read too. And that is Instead of Three Wishes, Magical Short Stories by Megan Whalen Turner. I don't know if some of you are familiar with her writing. She is the author of The Thief. I haven't read anything by her as well. But anyway, I've had this for quite a while, and I would love to be able to read this. It would count for my ABC reading because it's a book that I've had on my shelf for a bit. But I don't know. We'll see. And I mean, if I don't finish it in February, that's fine too. I don't mind carrying over like something like this because I can read folklore throughout the year. But I do want to finish. I need to finish by Ash, Oak, and Thorn, as well as The Big Over Easy. Those two I want to finish just because I'm buddy reading and also for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. So that is what's happening with me. As far as that goes, I didn't get to everything I wanted to, but some stuff I can read, continue reading. I still want to get to Emily's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I can read that in March because it's still a winter month. And I know that I'll be doing March Mystery Madness and middle grade March. And that'll be fine. I wonder if this is considered middle grade. I think this is considered middle grade. So it's possible I could just save this and read this for in March for middle grade March. I'll see how it fits out. But I haven't picked anything for March yet. Still trying to live in February. So Eleanor said, off to start dinner. Thanks for the sprints. And I told Eleanor goodbye. And Isabel popped in. Hi, Kat and everyone. I am going down a rabbit hole with Isabel and all her journaling. If you are thinking about doing any kind of journaling, I'd recommend watching Isabel. She has a series. And yesterday I watched an unboxing for a company called Journey Say. And the stuff that she pulled out of her box was amazing. And then the other video I watched was her journaling 101. So I started a journal, like a notebook with scrapbooking and journaling ideas, because some of the things I can use just for scrapbooking, but it was journal 101. Everything you need to set up a reading journal, your 101 guide to journals, pens, and supplies. So I got 2 pages worth of information, because I am going to do my ABC adventures and I'm excited about it. I'm just hoping I have enough pages to do what I want to do in the journal, because it's a A5. So it's not quite as big as the ones that Isabel works in. But I will be bringing my iPad with me so that I can watch some of her other videos just to kind of see how she sets everything up and kind of plan it out. So this is going to be, I'll be working on 2 journals. I'll be working on my notebook for Edgar Allan Poe, as well as setting up my ABC adventures. So if I can get everything set up, it's just going to be a matter of working on it a little bit at a time. But very excited about it. Angela said, I read 94 pages tonight. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for being here, Angela. Hope I'll see you tomorrow. Read Princess Belle Étoile. 12. Reading that right. The Red Shoes and the Rougarou. Ooh. So is that? Ooh, well, the Rougarou is a werewolf. So, that's a fun story. Stina said, made some chicken noodle soup for dinner. Yum. Got to 74% in the ball at Versailles. Woo, you made some progress. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading Dark Sisters and really liking it. Yay, Zach. I really am curious to hear your thoughts on it. I'm curious to hear a male's thoughts on it. And from your perspective, from a male perspective, because not all of the males buy into it. There's one particular character that's like appalled by when he learns like some of the situations. So I'm just curious to see what your reaction is. And one of the questions I'm sure Alex and I will talk about is, which timeline is a favorite, because there's 3 different timelines. So I'll be curious to see which one is your favorite. Alicia says, I finished dinner, cleaned up the kitchen, getting kiddos ready for bed, and read a story in Meet Cute. Very good. Is the Meet Cute book kind of like an Advent book? I'm just wondering. It seems that way. Isabel said, joined late, but read a few chapters of The Wasp Trap. You're not the only one reading that. Is The Wasp Trap for your book club? I think Eleanor was reading The Wasp Trap. Jamie said, just finished work, was also able to read some of my Count of Monte Cristo chapter for today. Excellent. And yay, Jamie, that means you are officially on vacation. And Avia said, almost finished Dollface, only have about 10 pages to go. You'll finish tonight, or well, in the morning. And Hannah said, I got to 82% in my book. I'm hoping to be able to finish on Jane Reed's sprints. I did finish an audiobook on your sprints, though. Thank you for sprints. Well, thank you, Hannah, for being here. You got a lot accomplished today. I'm so glad that you hung out, and hopefully I'll see you again. I will be doing sprints tomorrow at my normal time. It's What's Up Wednesday sprints, Wednesday, starting at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. The only thing that changes is we will have no Saturday sprints because I will be out of town. So no Saturday morning momentum this week. So if anybody needs a power hour, just watch one of the other ones. I have a playlist on my channel that people can, just click on one of those and get their power hour if they need it. And also, we will not have a Folklore February sprint at the beginning of next week because I'll be working with the Columbia Theater and the education coordinator because we'll be doing tours. However, our last Folklore February sprinting time will be the last day of February, which is Saturday the 28th. So anybody wanting to wrap up Folklore February with me, we'll be doing sprints later in the afternoon. I'll have Saturday morning momentum in the morning, and then in the afternoon have the wrap-up sprints for a couple of hours. So we can wrap up and talk about what we liked. And Alicia said, a sub to Isabel Reads, and I have bought from Journal Say. Love them. Yes, her unboxing, it was beautiful. Some of the washi tape and stuff that she got. Today, what I did was I made a little list of things because I'm not really supposed to be spending any money in February because of Frugal February, but there were a couple of things I wanted to get because I am working on the journal and I needed a little bit. I mean, I probably didn't really need the paper pack that I got, but it was on sale for $5.99, and slabs can be expensive. They can run $20 for a slab. So to get one for $5.99, and it was really nice. But I got just a couple of things and I got some washi tape. So I'm excited to at least get started and lay everything out. And I do have, my friend got me the 2 sticker books. So I'm going to be using those as well. And that's all Isabel's fault, I'm just going to say. She influenced me. And yay, I'm so glad you found a useful cat. Can't wait to see what you come up with. Well, thank you. I am bringing my iPad because there's some videos I want to watch you as you do out, lay out your stuff. I mean, I'm a scrapbooker, but for something like this where you've got like such a small space to work with, I'm used to working on a 12 by 12 page layout and having plenty of space to do whatever. And I almost thought about doing my alphabet adventures that way. But when Kelsey gave me that journal, I was like, you know what? I'll just see if I can do it, and maybe I can, maybe I can't. We'll see what transpires. And Isabel said, thank you to Alicia. And Twisted Males, all but one. Yes, indeed. It was, I'm just going to say, wow, Angela, to the end. And Alicia said, yes, it is set up as an Advent book, 14 stories, countdown to Valentine's Day, but it is anthology short stories. Gotcha. I was wondering if it was something like that. That's cool. It seems like that's becoming a trend to have stories like that leading to something. Jen said, I just continue to watch Shrek. Thanks for the sprints. I'm not sure if I'll make it tomorrow. My fan will be over 3 my time, so I might join for one of the last sprints. If not, enjoy. Well, you have fun with your family, Jen, and enjoy the rest of your time off. Zach says, I am a weaponized feminist. I don't have a very representative male perspective. Well, but I think it would be interesting to kind of just like get your perspective about it once you read the whole thing. And Kaylin said, I recently bought The Wasp Trap, but haven't read it yet. Hope y'all like it. And thank you for sprints, Kat. Have a good rest of your night and see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Alicia. And yes to the vacation. And thank you for the sprints in the chat. Well, thank you for being here, Stina, as always. I hope you feel better. I hope your ankles feel better. And that you just can get some kind of joy out of what you're reading and doing. And yes, for my book club, Eleanor finished it. Yay for Eleanor. And Jamie said, thanks for the sprints. Nice to have company while working. Yes, I agree. And Swink says, are you doing Wednesday the 25th? Yes, I will be here on Wednesday the 25th. I don't have any Wednesdays that I'm missing that I know of as of this moment, but I'll be here tomorrow and Wednesday the 25th. But I will not be here for Saturday morning momentum because I'll be out of town. I'll be out of town from Thursday to Sunday, and then I'll be working doing Columbia Theater. But Columbia Theater, I did tell them I could only go with them on the tour for the morning because I do have sprints in the afternoon and I would not be home in time. So I'm not doing the afternoon tour. And Alicia said Meet Cute was rebranded. It was originally published in 2018. Oh, gotcha. And thank you for Sprint. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Swank. Thanks for being here. And thank you so much, Kelly, for being here. Hopefully I'll see you soon. So thank y'all very much. It's been fun hanging out. I love everybody participating in Folklore February. And even if you're not, that's fine too. Love hanging out with y'all as well. You'd be surprised how much of what you're reading is inspired by folklore. Carmen says, thanks, Kat. See you tomorrow. Good night, all. Good night, Carmen. And Alicia says, bye, everyone. See y'all soon. Stay amazing. Be adventurous. Happy Mardi Gras. Happy Luna New Year. And all the good stuff. Bye, Isabel. Thank you. See y'all soon.